Good evening. How's everyone doing? Okay.
Happy Friday.
Glowy green stuff.
Happy Friday, Psychotic. How you doing?
Jab it in ya.
Let's see. Go ahead and shout out now.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh, hello, hello. Crap, hang on. Hello, hello. Crap, hang on. Hello, hello.
You had your stream up and then started having a loop, didn't you? Broke it. Yeah, it does that to me too. It's also a little bit of a speech jammer kind of thing.
Oh, there we go.
So
Accidentally had my stream open in the background. I'm an idiot.
that's so funny. Let's see, what do we got? That's a new thing. They added a new activity feed to the chat menus. Interesting. Brain said nope. Yup. Let's see. So yeah, I don't remember where it is in relation to the screen off the top of my head, but we're at 199. Started making things look nicer. Nice. Yes. That's good. Yeah, so we're at 199. I've been promising to wear my haunt mask, crazy ass silicone mask that goes full head and actually has a bit of a bib when we hit 200. However, the summer heat is now here, and I would like to not have heat exhaustion or heat stroke. So even if we do hit it anytime soon, I will probably do a celebration stream because Jesus Christ, this is insane. I thought hitting 100 was going to be, the peak of whatever I did. But I will do the stream in the mask in October, which is haunt season for me and the show that I volunteer at. Which currently their status is up in the air. They're looking for a space to use for the show. The space that we were currently at, or were formerly at, was with a pumpkin patch who is not even certain they'll be able to get a spot in the area. So we'll see how that goes. But my stream schedule will probably have to change it because I want to be able to do that at least once a week. Sorry, my power supply is making noise. And there was a little flicker in the light, so I think people are overloading the... Well, hopefully I don't lose power. AC's still... No, AC's not on. Yeah, boy. Yeah. Yeah, well, because it's the... Processing disorders galore today. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the first, like, really scorcher that we've had in this area, and living in California, people are babies when it comes to the heat, so it's not like we're Arizona. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. So more Phoenix Wright tonight. More Phoenix Wright. I've missed this game. Not what it does to my voice, but I've missed this game. So I have to remember the setup that I do. Okay. All right, that sounds like it started up. Lost power and had to recover a large media 8-drive RAID array because a file transfer was running at the same time as the system dropped and it wrecked the file system. You're lucky it took only 4 hours to fix and didn't lose any. Dude. Right, because you're in data management stuffs, right? We were talking about that during the 12-hour stream, if I'm, or maybe the day after. But we were talking about that during one of the Satisfactory streams. But that's good that you didn't lose any data. That would have been shitty. You have a personal server with... Oh, okay. Okay, when you saw it... when you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. No audio. Oh, how's that? No, not that one. Okay, hold on. Because there's a slight problem with using the thing that I was using. Okay, I don't want to use... Get back to working, but you'll be here in the background. All right, thank you, Psychotic. There we go. I don't know why that fixed it. Do you hear it now? I don't know what I did, but I just fixed it. Okay. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... She panicked and rushed toward... Yeah, we've already been through all this. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dirk was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know at the time. When that Dirk guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. And Joe Dark ran into my knife. He ran into my knife 17 times. He had it coming. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Skye was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So, what happened next? Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And it was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. Ah, brother. Just when you thought you had, thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. Witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please show us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw that when that lightning flashed? Oh, hey, flirting. I just might know. The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. So this is where I'm glad I played through this game before. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, if we were to change our viewpoint... Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the badger. Allow me to remind the defense. Its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape to the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally. What's up, Quail? Thank you. Come on, Wright, you can do it. Show them the correct angle to look at this. Let's port this, the level that was meant to show off touchscreen to a computer. Yeah. Yeah. Is that right? That looks right. And it's so finicky. Okay, so... I know, theoretically, how it's supposed to look. Also, can we get a shout out for Nerdy Quail, please? Thank you. Teleport.
Work.
Ah, man, that actually worked. Hey, so do you mind looking this up? Because this one I remember being extremely finicky, and I was stuck on for a solid hour just trying to get it to work in the past. I also need to see the court record, maybe? Blood visible on top. Okay. So, like this. I won't be able to see the screenshot. Do I need it to be oriented this way because that's how we had the drawing? Hey Andy, how's it going? Thank you for the height. I need to get water. Hold on. You want the gray top to be halfway up from 3 squares down from the blue badger. So 2.5 squares down? So like there. And the handle knobs should be right on the line between squares 4 and 5 below the picture. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So more or less there. And then I want it to be kind of dead on, like that, ish. It's drink water time. So more or less that. That? That. that. Yay, finally! Well, is this a miracle or what? Yes, it is, Phoenix. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be. But it is. Edgeworth, it is. Order. Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that blue badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know this, the witness saw this jar? I think it's the murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? Location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through all the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall... Okay. Problem with this theory. I sprayed that spear, and there was no blood on it. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Thud. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Yay, all aboard the trauma train. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. We don't have any evidence. If we don't have any evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. You certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Yeah, I found out I didn't actually murder my father, and the man who did effectively kidnapped me and molded me into his image as revenge against my father. Truth hurts, don't it? A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you'll see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe the bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Okay, so... This isn't... Oops. Damn it. That's Pikachu! I think you should make him write out, I won't do it again 100 times. So... It's all a little too convenient that it's this way, but... Yeah. I know it's frustrating because I actually know the actual answer to this. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief can't. Do you understand the implication of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convinced because he was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case. In the case, were you not? Ah. Who wants to go swim with the fishies? Oh God. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Order, 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 order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Please do not further traumatize my already severely traumatized boyfriend, or I'll fight you in the parking lot. And probably lose, but, you know. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. They were just about to kiss. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Gumshoe cockblock count? 3. You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I feel like we've heard this line before. From him. On this exact case. I take it Lana's been having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break-in today's trial. Evidence law. Richard was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
Eh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there to do? The credibility's all been all but ruined, and this forged evidence, with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. February 25th, 1252, District Court, Courtroom Number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well... Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain? You think that I may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with these witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, the trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Time's come to finally bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has firsthand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Actually, I need to... No evidence shall be shown without the approval of police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case trial. Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? But please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware that, of course, that police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. Chief of Police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. I just realized I should have been giving him Popo's voice from DBZ Abridged. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. Listen up, maggots! It goes you, the dirt. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Seems kind of a imbalance of power that he has the right to refuse to testify.
Fifth Amendment isn't for plebeians, apparently.
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though.
That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also
lying collapsed on the floor?
Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls,
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier... it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor?
Yes.
Anyway...
So you're saying the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are an inexcusable matter with the circumstance, no matter what the circumstances. Is that really how it went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always a smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Legal Eagle rated Phoenix Wright as an F-tier lawyer? Absolutely. Story's great, though. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admitted that you were involved in the forgery. Who? Me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right? Righto. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence you found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Toji. In return, though, I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? No, they've just known each other that long. I guess I just have to start pressing because I don't think any evidence relates directly to anything you said so far. I'd appreciate it if you stopped making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence, can you? If you have proof on to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Wright's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, righto? It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying that this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. And for all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Ow. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Scott. Well, now do you see? Rearranging. Really, Chief Dan? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you'd reap from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without the case, that case, I was already next in line to become next chief. The resolution of the SL9 incident, merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Ah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh ho ho! That was a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears that you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Here's my water. Look away, look away. Okay. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? 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 Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. We're on the highway to hell.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it had better be good. Oh boy. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Didn't he also say it was his the other day? No, he didn't. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, he's, not happy.
Order. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was a violation of regulation. I was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone. As I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days. Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet with Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Has to be this, right? Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filled it or filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet, you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
Hello. Chief Gant, you didn't.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright,
that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue that was just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with the case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here, in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A chief of police has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that now. What? That is, not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you have any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? I can't just let him squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate Chief Gant's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Oh, alright. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late for lunch. I guess that wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, give me just a little longer to consider. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any actions. Oh, wait. Maybe I don't have proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Trilogy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth? Who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Sky. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Alexander Hamilton. Oh, Lana. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. February 25th, 2:04 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Your Honor, he is openly threatening everyone. How is this not illegal? Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How does he always get the upper hand?
It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said. But Chief, it is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Oh, it was, Emma. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth.
You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think all this time my sister was being blackmailed by the terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Scant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember it now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Anarchist gumshoe, hell yeah. Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
Sir, yes, sir?
Yes. Oh, it's so warm today. Okay, I did save. February 25th, 2:21 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you were aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course.
The truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, always be your sister.
Now, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Oh my.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you have to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time for second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Gant and the fabrication.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective.
Let's see. I was 24 then, so I would say that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. Personally, I saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good coming from the same school as me.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why.
There's no truth in this.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago by myself.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana!
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
You say you did this all by yourself? Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What?
But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
I need to take a quick break just to do some work-related things. So I'm gonna put it to be right back. And then we can go from there. Alright. So, I'll be just a moment. A solid mahogany desk. Mahogany. Damn it. Oh, she's immune. Ha 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 ha.
What was the ship that put to sea? The name of the ship
Was the Billy at tea? The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down. Blow me, bully boys, blow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tongue is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow.
Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum.
One day when the tongue is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Okay.
I could make his prediction wrong if I just put the game down for 15 seconds. I think we've already eaten that time.
Huh? Did I say that? Me? I heard you say it.
You did say it.
You said it.
Yeah, we're doing that. We're gonna make it the most obnoxious sign. Postulations of the defense are a distortion of the truth, Your Honor. Indeed, they do seem a bit far-fetched. You provide us with so much entertainment, Mr. Lawyer. Objection! Heresy! No! I almost became a necro pancake.
Burning for me, Mother, I'm here.
Did they just turn on him? The guy who was shooting me?
Something horrible happened. Wow.
Calm down there, lady.
At this rate, maybe 5 more minutes, maybe 30. Hard to tell.
I hope it's only 5 and not 30.
Whipping wins!
Oh, that was a breeze.
It's a pun. So tell me why. Tell me why.
Know how many times kid nearly fell off the barge back there? 4 times.
Thanks, Ruck. Thanks for counting how many times I fell off the barge there.
Why go to Prosper Bluff?
So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
My voice is going out, Your Honor. Yes. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood.
Sorry, I'm leaving now.
So long, friends. Boys, erase away. No! Hold it right there. I heard everything, pal. D. Vasquez, you're coming down to the precinct with me now.
Gaudy CEO eaten by a gargantuan crab that emerged from the sea. Oh no. Oh, fucking A. Foundation. Edgeworth? Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I was hoping to come up with a question while I was objecting, Your Honor. I didn't. Are we rubbing off on you, Edgeworth? And another hydrant. Oh no. Stop the butts. Can't stop the butts. It can't stop the butts. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? You fucked up. Well, there's server issues and I won't be able to do anything tonight, so I have to remember to do it all tomorrow. God, it's so warm and stuffy. Thank you. Back to the game. There we go. You planted the tip of Dirk's, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you plant the knife? But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Skye fabricated the knife according to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. So you arranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like a murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened.
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Mr. Wright, my sister's lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Ba. See if we can get the other side of that. No, I can't. Okay, this is the one. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, at Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Oh, wait. I see what I'm supposed to do here. Okay. Present. There it is. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention, to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Order. Order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were so large, were large, so I was sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean that you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Jar and message in blood. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't been broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have, but it was dark in the room, so I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone had happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana. I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece.
So you illegally rearranged a crime scene?
Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After all, we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
What contradictions have surfaced in her testimony?
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must have really cared about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified. She gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, the question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
Yeah. No.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister,
she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. No, I did it all on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. Damn it. I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if the evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is the possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me move the body from the sword, remove the body from the sword, and carry it. But if all that was really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. Well, it's more of a spear, I think. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well. Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. It's in the book, right? Hey, there's a picture in here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record.
Mr. Wright! The piece cut out from his vest. Could that be it?
The cloth we found inside should get safe. What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? So those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Come now, Ajit. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Kent. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Yes, I do. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. It is true, Mr. Wright. If I show the piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as a murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make any wrong decisions. It doesn't have to be submitted because of evidence law. Should I present that piece of evidence? One that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence that I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it?
Wait, but he's not allowed to testify.
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make chief police by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth that you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. Objection! How's it going, Loopy?
Can we get a shout out for the Loopy Walkers, please?
But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Oh, well, I think that it's really gonna be good if I learn some sign language. She's like, why would you pick sign language? Like, that is the worst. Like, if we're going on this grand European trip, like, there are so many romance languages that you could pick. I don't even think do they even use the same sign language? I'm like, I don't know. I picked sign language because I thought it would be handy.
Well, I suppose that's what we get. How you doing, Loopy? That was such a good pun. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Doing okay? Night's going well. A little warm out here, but it's going pretty good otherwise. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright, then let's see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please. I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved, at the expense of his defense. No, that doesn't seem right. Cannot show evidence. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it'd just expose that poor girl's fingerprints. Right. Think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. What's one major difference between the two? Weren't you waiting for that difference? So, Edgeworth figured out my plan. Okay, show the evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, as you finally brought it out into the open. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the letter must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? Do you mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright? Do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Because we lie to children, Emma. That's what we do in this game. Remember Cody, guys? Yeah. And enjoy it. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along. And you tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ah, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? How you doing,
Sensor
Sheila?
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How you doing, Shumai? Can we also get a shout out for Shumai? Been seeing the stuff you've been posting in the art channel on Saito's Discord, by the way, and it looks great. Why did it not? Oh, you did exclamation mark Shumai. One more time, Salix. There you go.
I thought I might find you here.
Is it the pretty lady? It is the pretty. Oh, you're so pretty.
I'm not judging.
That's funny. I thought we established that my legal
The Poopa so. Hey, that's fair. Everyone's got their own interests. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was MS Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. I see where this one was going. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Kent, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? And then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember that you admitted only moments ago that you personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember Udgy? Earlier, old Righto here concealed the piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time. At this point in time. Oh, now we get to slap him with something so satisfying. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present the evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laughs on you, son. And now we get to slap them with the book. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright. And this is what it all boils down to. It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So this evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Pudgy, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't... There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present the evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Here you go. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe, and it goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was only showed a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You said you yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. Heard that man drink himself into oblivion because his brother was murdered by the man he trusted. Wow, Salix. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen... what voice do we give Goodman? Can you please reopen the case, reopen the investigation, Chief? You can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. Bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere too. I guess I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she hadn't as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you're trying to go it alone. Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Hoodgie. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Leggy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now that you have Righto here, and Worthy, with these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Demon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. Oh. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have. Every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. This guy. Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! Yay! There's all the other crimes, though. Now, that is all. This court is adjourned. Gumshoe still has confetti! February 25th, 5:03 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? Sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. All that confetti? I can see why I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? We were only on 3 last time.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around this while on duty. And to top it off, y'all, you call me here. I've seen happier faces at funerals.
Again, I think we've heard this line before. Extra for good measure. He needs some kind of raise.
Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Fair enough. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I'd ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Didn't I cause him to lose his job? Yeah, so how did he get the authority to get someone out of holding? Sis? Well, he probably is pretty well liked around the department. Although he was also fired by Gant, who is undeniably corrupt. How's he a detective again? I don't think he's a detective right now. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. The power of ramen. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Continuity isn't an absolute requirement of anime or anime games. Yes. No. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find a way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Sir Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Sir Gumshoe. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. He was hiding in the cushions. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I planned to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But, Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, something that neither Edgeworth or I would have been able to find on our own. Oh yeah. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Now, Keith. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn, and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think I could afford that with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Oh, boy. What, Loki? What? As for me, this affair has I'll manage to find my way back into the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Yikes, I thought I was a goner there for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily.
I guess he wasn't fired? My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir? Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Oh, no. We don't need two of them. We don't need two of them. Oh no. I can't skip this, can I? Oops. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of them. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. I don't know it. The top layer tastes a bit bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is savory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Localization Benjet. Gay. Kaori Funakoshi. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said that he's been doing some, something or other for... well, anyways, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go.
Meh. These credits are so long.
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Long, long man. Well, see you around, Nick. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Okay, so, I don't know how much longer this is going to go on, but we still got an hour and a half left in the day. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Ace Attorney, the Pining of Phoenix. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. There's a picture of you two in there, isn't there? Peel. Aww. Oh, your pancreas. You know, I think I said this before. Capcom has some really out there games compared to other games that they've released. Like, you can't... you can't just be like, oh, Capcom releases these kinds of games. New game. Time for justice for all. Okay, here's what we'll do. Whoops. Play this game. Justice for all. Cool. I believe we should be updated. I don't see a need to change the title of the stream because it still fits. So let's do this. Oh, right. Dun, 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 dun. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever. Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? What? I have done nothing wrong. What have I done? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. Everything, Phoenix. Everything. September 8th, 9:08 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. What a nightmare. I bet it was this ringtone that caused it. Really shouldn't be dozing off right before a trial starts anyway. Huh? Looks like they hung up. Ah, good. I finally found it. Talk about a close call. I hate to do this to you, but... it's nothing personal, Mr. Attorney. Shield denies he removed his jacket. Shield denies he's not decent. A few minutes later, District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1. Ah, my head. It's throbbing. Why does it feel so foggy in there? Good morning. Nah. Good morning. What's wrong? You don't look so well. People are at their best first thing in the morning. Where's the fighting spirit? Sorry, but could you please turn the cheeriness down? My head sort of hurts. Roger that. Am I in trouble or something? Huh? Trouble? Wait, never mind. You're a policewoman, right? I thought maybe I had done something wrong. What are you talking about? I'm the one in trouble. What? I'm placing my life in your hands today, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Life in my hands? You promised me. You said you would prove that I was not guilty. Not guilty? Just when I thought all hope was lost, when all the other lawyers had left me off. Leave it to me, you said. You, the one and only Phoenix Wright, came to save the day. And just like that, I was moved to tears, sir. I'll never forget what you're doing for me, ever. Her name is Bird, and she's got feathers. What is this girl babbling about? Actually, I really love to watch court proceedings, and I always root for you to win. When I'm off duty, I like to come here and... What's wrong? You've been acting really strange, and you keep staring at me. You're making me kind of nervous, sir. Oh, sorry. I'm afraid to ask, but here goes. So this might sound bad, but, who are you? What? She writes with quills instead of pens. Mr. Wright, how can you say that? How can you do this to a fragile heart of a girl about to go on trial? You're absolutely horrible. No, I mean, I didn't mean it like that. Is this how a defense attorney treats his client, sir? I can't believe this. No, it's just... well, I think you might have the wrong person. Yes? Who am I? Why am I drawing a blank? Fuck. The trial will begin shortly. Will the defendant and her lawyer please proceed to the courtroom immediately? The trial's about to start. I'm counting on you in there, okay? Well, lady, I don't know what to tell you. I guess I must have amnesia. Let's see. what can I piece together? From the sound of things, it's probably safe to say I'm a defense attorney. And that girl, I said I'd prove her not guilty. I can't believe I made such an irresponsible promise. Ah, someone please. Tell me this is just a bad dream. Why do I get the feeling this is one dream I won't be waking up from? Well, here we go. Ah, fuck, he's back. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
What is it, Mr. Wright? Are you talking to me? Do you see any other defense attorneys here? I guess not. Now then, are you ready? I guess I should say yes for now. Are you ready, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Wait a second. If her life is in my hands, I should really do the responsible thing. Actually, you see, Your Honor, my memory is kind of... The court will not hear the defense's excuses. Because the defendant is a member of the police, this case is under great scrutiny. Therefore, we must make this trial fair but swift. I believe I have told you this before. I hope you're not telling me you've forgotten. Actually, I have. Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please.
Yes, Your Honor. As I'm sure you're well aware, the defendant is accused of killing her lover. What's worse,
The last game started with the murder of an ex. This one started with the murder of a lover who's a... Oh, dear.
what's worse is her lover was a fellow police officer.
A policeman? You did what to a policeman?
It wasn't me.
And besides, Dustin and I, we weren't lovers like that.
In any case, the prosecution will prove that the guilty party is none other than the defendant.
Very well. Mr. Payne, please call your first witness.
It's been a while, Mr. Wright. Let's see what you've learned since last time. I won't show you any mercy this time, rookie.
Okay. And who are you again?
The prosecution calls Detective Dick Gumshoe to the stand. Yay!
Here we go. Don't let me down, Mr. Wright. Nowhere to hide. I'm so dead.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective in charge of homicides down at the precinct, sir.
Oh god, are they too similar? You don't look very well, detective.
Well, sir, the defendant, she works under me, so, you know.
You work under that detective?
Yes,
Yes, sir. And while I was a trainee, he was always watching out for me, sir. He's such a wonderful guy, sir. I'll never forget what he's done for me. Okay, calm down. I believe you.
Detective Gumshoe, please describe for us the details of this murder. Yes, sir. It happened at the park near headquarters, Expose Park.
Expose.
The victim was one of the local cops, Dustin Prince. He was pushed down from the benches on the upper path, sir. The landing beat his body up and snapped his neck. The details are in the report. The details are listed in the report that was distributed yesterday.
Ah, yes. The autopsy. This autopsy report, correct? Why do I not remember getting a copy? I see everything is in order here. Even the estimated time of death is unusually well documented.
Victim's watch stopped on impact of landing, sir. The results of the autopsy confirm the time of death. If I may, Your Honor, The prosecution would like to submit this photograph.
Very well. The court accepts it into evidence. The victim fell from the walking path above. Now then, I recall yesterday's preliminary hearing. A very important piece of evidence was brought to our attention.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Yes, I guess? Mr. Wright, is your head on right today? There was a very crucial piece of evidence found under the victim's body. Was there? Have you lost your mind? Well, actually, it's just nerves. Give me a second. What? How can you talk like such an amateur? I thought you were a pro, sir. All right, sir. I'll help you through this. At times like this, you ought to take a glance at the court record. Court record? Yep. Info about evidence and people involved in this case are all listed here, sir. This is such a good way to do a tutorial in a sequel. You can look at the court record by by pressing the R button. The R button, huh? You really know what you're talking about, don't you? It's too bad I'm a cop, right? Just think, I could totally be a legal aid instead. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Court is in session. Save your chit-chat for later. The glasses. Sorry, Your Honor. Well, I better take a look, check the court record and see what I can find. What was it again? The R button? All right, Mr. Wright, let's see if your notes are in order. What was the piece of evidence found underneath the victim's body? Glasses. That's simple, Your Honor. A broken pair of glasses. That's right.
The victim grabbed his killer's glasses as he was being shoved, sir. And he held on to them as he fell.
Hey, why are you giving me the evil eye?
Those glasses you're wearing.
Yes, this is my spare pair. But these glasses they found at the scene of the crime are not mine. I swear, sir. You're sure about that? Look, it was a coincidence on that same day I accidentally stepped on mine. A coincidence, she says. Ugh.
Your Honor, I have further evidence to present.
Oh, you have more?
And this evidence is very decisive.
Very well. Let's hear from our witness about this evidence.
Yeah, see? There's something even more incriminating than glasses under the victim's body, sir. During his date, the victim was pushed from the bench area, but he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. I don't like saying it, but it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. This piece of evidence and glasses, it's not hard to say she's the culprit. This is a picture of the writing, Your Honor.
Why, this is... Yes, I can see her name clearly written here.
The prosecution would like to submit this picture.
Understood. The court accepts it into evidence. As if the glasses alone didn't make you look suspicious. The victim even wrote your name clear as day on the ground. But I already told you, those glasses aren't mine. And how do you explain his dying message? It's a conspiracy. I'm not guilty, sir. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Cross-examine?
This is it. I'm counting on you, sir. Sure, but what am I supposed to do? What? This isn't like you at all. Normally, this is the part where you get in the witnesses' faces. Get in their faces and do what? I guess there's no way around it. Okay, I'm going to lend you a hand. The prosecution's witnesses all hide things from the court. which means they lie from time to time. Lie? But isn't that detective your superior? Well, even if they don't mean to lie, sometimes people just remember things wrong. Like that detective. He does sort of look like a scatterbrain. It doesn't matter anyway. It's bad for us, sir. That's why when you question witnesses, you have to find and expose their lies. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Talk about a trial by fire. Here goes nothing. As long as I can expose the lies, we should be all right. Decisive evidence. Here's something. Let's see. About those glasses. Do you have any proof that they belong to my client?
Lenses are for nearsightedness and are almost the same strength as hers. Even the frames look kind of like the ones she's wearing in her ID, pal.
What should I do now? Continue proceeding. Hold it. Almost and kinda are not good enough in a case like this. Do you have more definitive proof? Is there something that clearly links the defendant with those glasses?
Dirt and sand rubbed out any traces of fingerprints or anything else.
So what you're saying, detective, is that you have nothing that proves these glasses are my client's.
Something like that.
What? I see. So there's no proof. Wow, that was amazing. I can totally feel it down in my gut. Now you're sure he was pushed and that's how he fell?
Yeah, pal. If you look at the wounds on the victim's body, there's no way it was anything else.
Please continue with your testimony, detective.
Anyway, the victim fell pretty far.
The culprit's name?
Yeah, I was surprised too. I didn't want to believe it, but...
Was that the name of my client? Are you absolutely certain?
Sorry, pal, but that's what it said. This is a picture of it. No matter which way you look, it still says Maggie.
Oh, my back didn't like that one. He's got a point. Hey, hold on. Huh? Don't hug me. I know the picture says Maggie, but... No, she mentions it. Something does feel off about this picture. That's how you know you found a contradiction. Now, hurry up and present some evidence. So that's what spotting a contradiction feels like. I better check the court record again. If/when we get a cat, we are naming it Copernicus. We are not naming a cat Copernicus. Why are we naming the cat Copernicus? Cite your evidence.
Is it because it's Copernicus? You are aware that I'm just gonna call him Cop for short. Yes. Kids and cats don't give a fuck about their names. Cats do actually recognize names, and they apparently recognize the names of their friends. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Necro-spawning facts left and right. It's what I do. Salix, I'm confused about that sentence. Exactly, they recognize it and Mace Windu their name like they did with Anakin? I don't know where I was going with that. I just want to come in with a Oh, wait a minute. I recognize that the council's made a decision, but given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I've elected to ignore it. Nick Fury, wait, no, Windu said it. That sounds like a Nick Fury line, not a Windu line. But I'm also willing to bet this might be a meme that was created by the internet. All right. Whoa. What is it? What's come over me? Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. And I yelled it at the top of my lungs, finger outstretched and ready to take on my opponent. What a rush.
Detective Gumshoe.
You talking to me, pal?
Please state the defendant's name for me.
What are you trying to prove with this futile exercise, Mr. Wright?
You'll see, this is a very crucial line of questioning. Actually, Mr. Payne, you can answer. The defendant's name, if you please.
What? Where is all this ridiculous question? Where is this ridiculous question coming from?
Payne gets beaten out by a man with amnesia. Why would anyone have a reason to fear him? I fear him because I have to voice him, okay, Salix? And the only voice that makes sense for him is
Really meek and nasally, and it just hurts my voice so much.
No, you're good, Salix. Voice actors here hate him. Here's the reason why. His friends call him squeakers.
The defendant's name is Maggie Beard. Bird? Little bird. Bird is the word.
I think someone needs to check the court record.
What? It says it right here. That's Maggie Bird. Ah.
It looks like the bird caught the cat napping. What's going on here?
I have no idea either, sir.
As you can see, the victim did indeed leave a name, Maggie, M-A-G-G-I-E. However, the defendant's name is actually spelled M-A-G-G-E-Y. This is a blatant contradiction of the facts. Oh,
How about that? I hadn't even noticed.
and that's exactly why I give him the voice I do.
But maybe the victim didn't know how to spell her name correctly.
May I remind you that it was you who said, the defendant is accused of killing her lover. If they were truly lovers, it would have been impossible for him to have not known her name.
No!
This is very true. Mr. Payne,
Yes, Your Honor.
are you absolutely certain that the defendant and the victim, Dustin Prince, were, in fact, lovers? Hey, one can have a lot of lovers and not know their name. Objection! Just like in the first case in the last game, she had a lot of sugar daddies.
Yes, I'm quite certain, Your Honor. They were a well-known couple in the police force.
Detective Gumshoe, please testify for the court the relationship between the
Yes, sir. Officer Prince and Officer Bird had been going out for about half a year. It sounded like they were even talking about marriage. The day of the incident just happened to be the victim's birthday, sir. Officer Bird, had gotten Officer Prince a present. It was something she had bought over 2 months ago. I should know, she came to me to ask what she should get for him.
Oh, those two sound like they were close.
Nevertheless, tragedy struck.
Yes, I see. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. I know Jack, but... How do you know about this?
Every year in March, we have a training camp for us cops. Officer Bird was a rookie at the time, and she and Officer Prince seemed to hit it off.
They got close, I take it.
Actually, I was supposed to go too, but I couldn't pay the deposit for the trip, so I didn't. If only I'd gone on that trip.
What is it?
Oh, nothing, sir. Really. Anyway. It sounded like they were even talking about marriage.
Oh boy. Marriage, but wasn't the victim 8 years older than her?
What? You saying a guy's gotta marry someone the same age as himself, pal?
No, that's not what I meant at all. Detective Gumshoe and Dustin were only a year apart, you know. I think this fella has a long ways to go before marriage.
Mind your own business, pal.
Ooh. The day of the incident, you mean September 6th?
Yeah. The victim, Officer Prince, had just gotten off duty at 5:30 p.m. that day.
Poor Gumshoe.
And since Maggie's night shift hadn't started yet, they went to the park for a bit.
Ah, I remember when I was young in love. Oh, it was a jolly time. That's great, Your Honor. I'm glad you're such a cheerful old man. Poor Gumshoe. I don't know if I'm just reading things wrong or if I'm actually vaguely remembering something about this. You seem to know a lot about the defendant.
Well, that's because I'm her boss. I've got to watch out for my subordinates.
But even what she was going to give as a present, isn't that going a bit too far?
Hey, pal, watch what you say. I know everything that happens under me. If someone has so much as scratches there...
I really don't need to know that much.
Mr. Wright, please refrain from badgering the witness.
I agree. Even if the witness has a crush on the defendant. That should not be the point of discussion at this time.
Whoa, wait a second. Why are we talking about this? That's all your fault, pal. You're guilty, guilty, guilty. I should have you arrested.
I think the good detective is about done here. Over 2 months ago?
Yep, she's a very considerate woman, pal.
So what was his birthday present?
She got him a glove.
A single glove? Why would she only give him one?
Actually, Your Honor, the glove in question is a baseball glove.
Oh, I see. A baseball glove.
Officer Prince was a huge baseball fan.
Baseball glove, Just now, I believe you said the present was something she had bought over 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Are you saying she bought the glove at a store that far in advance?
Man, nothing like that, pal.
Then what is it like?
She ordered it. It was custom made.
Custom made? The glove was custom made?
Yep. That's what I said.
So the glove was custom made.
Your Honor, I don't really see how the glove is related to this case.
Yes, it would seem that there is little relevance. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Do you think the glove is really relevant to the case?
Of course it's relevant.
I don't know where this will lead me, but... Of course it's relevant. That glove is the key to this whole case. Yes, bluffing to the max. Now this is the Mr. Wright I know. I'm so happy to see you're back, sir. I was wondering how long it'd take. This is great. Pressing people feels like I've done this before. As if I used to do this to squeeze information from even the most tight-lipped people. Very well. If you are that convinced, then let's hear some more about the matter.
Actually, I brought the glove with me today.
And? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and show the glove to the court.
Well, I didn't think it had anything to do with this case. Anyway, this is it.
That's a right-handed glove. It's, rather yellow, isn't it? Baseball glove added to the court record.
Officer Prince really liked the color yellow.
And that's, why you had to special order it? Yep, that's right. And one other reason. I think this court has heard enough. It is clear that the victim and defendant were involved with each other.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Now, if this is true, or if that is true, it brings up an important question. Was the name Maggie really written by the victim?
I see your point, Your Honor. Detective Gumshoe, please tell the court a little more about the name on the ground. Yes, sir. We first looked into the handwriting. Unfortunately, we couldn't confirm that it was the victim's handwriting. Next, we checked the victim's pointer finger. We found that there was sand trapped under the victim's fingernail. There were also scratches on his skin that were caused by him writing on the ground. From this, we could confirm that the victim wrote this name with his right hand.
So you remember how I said the glove was a right-hand glove? Who knows enough about baseball to tell me why this is very weird that they just said this? Yes, a perfectly logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Writing on the ground. But can you really determine handwriting based on a sample written in the sand?
That's why amateurs are amateurs. We're not a bunch of simpletons, pal. Scientific investigation in this country is actually pretty good.
I believe it's time to get back to the real point.
Agreed, Your Honor. So, what was the result of the investigation?
Yep. You wear a glove on the left hand if you're right-handed. And vice versa, usually. Yeah, some people will do weird things with their handedness, but typically... you used to be able to do either. Yeah, I can throw with my right, but I can catch with both. My left, I don't have as much control. But also, a lot of left-handed people tend to train themselves to do tasks right-handed. You're ambidextrous, but that sort of change you'll do, yeah. Fair enough. As you start to do tasks, you start to form a muscle memory, and if you don't do it on both sides, you lose that. However, Psychotic, I'm willing to bet if you picked up anything new, you could probably teach yourself on either side. Is that correct? So what was the result? So in the end, you couldn't confirm it?
Hey, don't you look down on us. I told you, we're not a bunch of simpletons, pal. Everyone knows you can't find everything you want with scientific investigation.
I never heard that before.
Me neither.
All right. I've never heard anything like that at the police academy, sir.
Okay, so I made it up anyway.
Yeah.
Next, we check the victim's pointer finger.
His pointer finger?
You know, the one you're always pointing and waving around in people's faces.
Don't tell me it bothers you.
Every time you do it, I have a mini heart attack. It's like you're trying to kill me, pal. In any case, you examined the victim's index finger, correct? Yeah, we figured there should be something in on his finger if he had been writing in sand.
Typically? Okay. And the results. And what does that prove?
Well, it proves that he did write the name with his own finger. Yes, which explains why there was sand stuck under his nail.
I guess he's right.
And there's more.
Scratches on his skin?
Yep, you can't see them with your naked eye, but they're there.
That is incredible.
Sure is, and that's the power of scientific investigation. They're so small we had to use a magnifying glass, like a really strong one. It's got that really scientific sounding name.
You mean a microscope?
Yeah, that's it. We used one of those, and that's how we found it.
I can't believe this guy doesn't know what a microscope is. Are you absolutely sure?
I believe in the power of science.
I wonder if my evidence is solid enough to counterweight. Listening to this, you would think there's only one conclusion. That the name was definitely written by the victim. But don't you think that would be really strange, sir? If Dustin really wrote the message with his right hand, do you think I would have gone through so much trouble to get him his present? A present? What about it? Detective Gumshoe, take a look at this.
That's the glove, right?
Could you tell the court what's special about
Alright,
this?
everyone not dead, sound off.
A1 Twins, how's it going? Welcome in. Laue Twins, welcome in. Who was streaming tonight? Was it Kyle or David? Wolf of the Apocalypse, welcome back. Welcome in. How's it going, bro? It's going well. We're just playing through some Phoenix Wright and having a good night. How was your stream? This is Twin One. I'll be honest, I don't remember which one goes by which right now. I actually know you guys by name better. Phoenix Wright is fantastic. It's a wonderful story. Okay. And let's go ahead and get a shout out for you really quick. But how did stream go tonight? Shout out. A1 Twins. There we go. Stream was fun, just getting tired.
Fall off, they're gonna win it. A1 Twins, please don't fall. Oh! Oh! Get some! Holy
And there's your brother.
shit. Nobody's even... Fortune Cookie snipes it! Fortune Cookie snipes the win from the Twins! What the fuck was that? What was that? Holy shit! That just happened! Oh no!
Hate to raid and run, but your time. Have a good night, man. Thanks for the raid.
Oh shit!
And for the rest of you who need to follow his example, feel free to do so. I know it's getting late for a lot of people. So please take care of yourselves, get some rest. But for the rest of you who are sticking around, welcome in. I am Necrometer, also known as Necro. And I am a variety streamer here on Twitch. We play a lot of different games, generally with a story focus and with some form of challenge to them. What we're playing tonight is Phoenix Wright as a reward to the community for raising money last month for the Trevor Project. We raised $1,000 total. This was the first milestone. And for those of you who were already in my stream, if you have not already, do yourselves a favor. Go check out A1 Twins. They are fantastic. It's twin brothers who stream, same channel. And both fantastic, wonderful guys who are doing everything they can to build up the community. Which is everything we stand for here in the channel of be excellent to each other. Oh God, it's getting so warm today. There we are. But let's go ahead and get back to the game. And we were just asking about a baseball glove that was custom ordered.
Not special? Never really thought about it, but it's really yellow. And that's about it.
Yes, it's really yellow, but that is only one of its qualities.
Huh?
There's another reason why it's special. And what would that be? It's very simple. This glove is made for a left-handed person.
Left-handed?
Why, you're absolutely right. This glove is made to be worn on the right hand. That's why it had to be custom made. I've never seen a bright yellow left-hander's glove for sale, have you?
Well, no.
So, detective, which hand did the victim use to write his name with again? Write the name with again?
That's easy. Look, it's obvious from the picture that it was with his... Wait a second.
Don't forget that the victim was left-handed.
Ah!
Please don't do that, Payne.
I object.
Overruled. Mr. Wright, I would like to know what your line of reasoning proves. There's only one conclusion that can be drawn. A left-handed person could not have written a message with his right hand. Therefore, the person who wrote the name Maggie could not have been the victim. Order, order. When you think about it that way, then yes. It is not possible that this name was written by the victim himself.
And that means Maggie is... No, it's impossible.
Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor?
The evidence the prosecution has presented has failed to prove the defendant's guilt. In fact, I believe you have proven her to be innocent.
No?
Alright, you did it, Mr. Wright. Whew, I feel like I can breathe again. It seems that we have reached the conclusion. You did a fine job once again, Mr. Wright. Me? Your Honor? Ah, well, thank you, sir. See, you got complimented by the judge again. You're really good. And that's why you can't give up being a lawyer, sir. Are you joking? I'm more than ready to retire. I will now announce my verdict.
No, not yet. I mean, please give me a few more minutes, Your Honor.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Payne?
Prosecution is not finished yet.
What do you mean?
We would like to call our next witness to the stand.
What? And what did this witness?
The moment the victim was pushed to his death. What's more, he saw the very face of the culprit.
What the heck? Order. Order in the court. I believe a recess is in order. Afterward, we will hear from this new witness. Make sure to hydrate, Andy. I need it today. It's hot. Oh. It's a cold night there. I'm actually a little jealous. I can deal with the heat pretty well as long as I hydrate, but it still is uncomfortable. I had a feeling this was a bit too easy. I need more information. I'll just see what I can find out during this recess. Just Canada things? Yeah. I can't let my guard down. It's only going to get tougher from here. Court is adjourned for recess. Keeping the window open all night for chill so that when the true heat comes, it won't be so bad. Yeah, we're still on high 80 degrees Fahrenheit here right now. What am I at locally right now? It's got to be warm. It doesn't help that I've got my computer running, but it's got to be warm. It got up to high 90s today. Yeah, let's save our progress. And now we have a new color to the number. It's a very subtle change, but it's changed nonetheless. Jeez, 106. 58 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Oof. Honestly, at night, that's like my ideal temperature. I get to wear my hoodies that I hardly ever get to wear here because it's rarely that cold except like really in deep winter. Mid-50s is so nice. Not too cold, not too hot. Yeah. Especially if it's like a sunny day, though. September 8th, 11:43. Yes. Yeah. Amnesia? I can't believe my lawyer's trying to defend me in such a state. Why didn't you tell me, sir? I'm sorry, I didn't mention it to you. Oh, I know what to do. I hear you can fix something like this with a really strong shock to your system. Come on, lower your head a little. A Maggie kick should be all you need. Even in the winter, you'll have a fan running. You just like air rotating. You don't know why. I mean, it helps things from not feeling stuffy in the room, even when it's cold. No. I think I'll pass on this one. Come on. What? I'm sorry. Whenever I see someone in trouble, I have a hard time leaving them alone. I tend to stick my nose where it doesn't belong and try to tackle everyone's problems. Well, my head's one problem you won't be tackling today. Well, we're here to solve your problem first. We can deal with mine later. For now, do you think you can fill me in on a few things? Of course, I'd be honored to. Well, I guess I'll start with my name and then I can tell you about me. No, that's okay. Really. I think I know you and your name pretty well by now. I was wondering if you could help me figure out a few things about myself. So my name is Phoenix Wright. What a weird name. This is serious. You really don't remember? I'll tell you what, sir. You can have this back and maybe it'll help. Huh? This is a business card? My got this from you. It's my most prized possession. You can borrow it for now, but please give it back, okay? Okay. There's some numbers written on the back. Oh, it's your cell phone number. It's my business card. I handwrote my cell phone number on the back. I guess for now we should stop talking about me and start talking about this case. This case? Yep. Can you think of anything that would be helpful for me to know? What can I tell you? I can't think of anything other than the incident with that cell phone, but... Cell phone? Yeah, your eyes lit up when we talked about it at that detention center, sir. Hurry up and tell me, this might be very important. Okay, Roger. It was on the day of the crime, just before 6 p.m. I picked up a lost cell phone while on a walk with Dustin. All of a sudden, the phone began to ring. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back. I'll be right there. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie. We agreed to meet up at 6 p.m. Dustin and I waited for the person to show up, but they never did. So where's this phone you found now? I gave it to you yesterday. Huh? To me? Is that phone in my pocket? You mean this? Do you think it has anything to do with the murder? I don't really know, but if my eyes lit up... Ah, you were here all along. Oh, it's Maya. You're so mean. I called you a million times, but you wouldn't pick up. And when I went into the courtroom, everyone had already left. Ah, now who in the heck is this? Let me guess. I'm supposed to know this girl too. Hey, good morning, Maggie. And good morning to you, Maya. So, how's the case going? Is there a word for worse than abysmal? Oh? And what if I said that everything will be fine? That's right, it's Maya to the rescue with ultra-decisive, super important evidence. Here you are, Nick. The thing you wanted me to bring. Huh? Oh, thanks. What the heck is this? A list? Has to be about 20 people's names and phone numbers written on it. It was kind of tough, but I managed to dig up some dirt. It looks like these guys are up to no good. No good? As in... They're a group of con artists that the police are currently investigating. I think these guys are members of that group. Names list added to the court record. Why would a group of con artists pop up in a case like this? Don't look at me! And where did you get this list from in the first place? What? Don't you remember, Nick? You're the one who asked me to look this up yesterday. Oh, is that right? The numbers were in the memory of that phone Maggie found. So that's where they're from. You're awfully forgetful these days, Nick. I hope I never get to be a forgetful old prune like you. Maya? Actually, Mr. Wright is... Mr. Wright. Recess is now over. Please bring the defendant and return to the courtroom immediately. Oh, oops. Guess we'll have to get going. Or guess you have to get going. We could talk about you being old later, Nick. Wish us luck. Oh, boy. I guess I have all the pieces now. More or less. All that's left is to put it all together. I'm not going to lose this. I can't. Come on, Nick. Better get a move on. Yeah. Court will now reconvene. Please call your next witness to the stand, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. But before I do, if I may say a few words.
What is it, Mr. Payne?
It's about the next witness. He has a tendency to say things that rub people the wrong way, you see. So I ask the court be a little lenient on.
There is no need to give a preface. Just hurry up and call your witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution calls this next witness a drifter who was taking a walk in the park on the day of the murder.
Oh boy.
Please state your name for the court witness.
Before I do, I'd like to clarify a little something.
Huh? Oh, all right. Go ahead.
Just now, you introduced my wonderful self to the court, correct? Perhaps as a drifter who was taking a walk.
Did I?
But I will not stand for that. Now you've tinted the court's eyes and colored me wrongly. Surely, I suppose people... Oh, geez, slow down, dude.
Yes, I understand. I'm very sorry. I will be more careful from now on. What? Is he a human chatterbox?
Yeah. I have to question him? Fashion, cars, women, glasses, and of course, university. First rates need only apply. Glasses? But you aren't wearing glasses. That's enough. Your name, witness. Oh, is that how you want to play this? Using your power and influence to keep young people down? I see how you work now. You old people and your dirty tricks, you thought you had me, but you're wrong. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Oh, man. I forgive you. All right, I suppose I can tell you my name. I am Richard Wellington of the, Wellington, the drifting virtuoso with a PhD in drifting, as it were. If you wanted to, you could call me a university student in transit.
Ahem, Mr. Wellington. On the day of the murder, you were taking strolling through the park, correct?
It would appear that you're rather attached to that word. If you must, then by all means. But I remind you that I am in no way a prepubescent boy out on a walk with mommy. If you must know,
Anyway, please testify to the court what you saw during your walk through the park.
See, you said it again, taking a walk. You know you... What you witnessed will do, Mr. Wellington. I was at the park all afternoon, deep in thought about my life situation. I don't remember the time at all that well, but I do believe it was past 6 p.m. All of a sudden, a police officer falls from above, right in front of my eyes. Without a thought, I looked up and met the eyes of a charming young lady. Of course, I remember her sweet face. It was that of the pretty defendant there. The only other thing I saw was a banana that fell with the police officer. That was certainly a decisive testimony.
Decisive? Nick, you hear what he just said?
Yeah.
That's all you have to say? How can you be so calm?
It's strange. My mind is very calm and clear. Maybe it's because I believe in my client?
You mean Maggie?
Yes, and if she really is innocent, then that can only mean one thing. That this guy is lying. You may now question the witness, Mr. Wright. I'll find out the truth, no matter how well you craft your lies. So you were at the park all afternoon. You seem to have a lot of free time. That was very rude of you, but then again, what can I expect? That's what you get from a man who graduated from a no-name trashy university. No-name? Trashy? Now, this might be hard for a mush-headed, feeble-minded baboon like you, but I have to think very carefully about the future of our great country. But I thought you said you were thinking about which college to go to just now. Oh, please. Which university I go to will directly affect the very future of this country. That arrogant little snot. How do you know what time it was? I see you're not wearing a watch, so... Is that the best you can do? Do you think you can discredit me like that? You're just a third-rate biased fool. I guess I can't expect real smarts from you. His arrogance is really intolerable, so what should I do now? Let's press him harder. Answer the question. How did you know what time it was? I can't believe I have to deal with a worm like you. You're just a shallow man who can only slam on desks and point at people for fun. I guess I don't have a choice. I'll try to explain it so that even a third-rate simpleton like you can understand. There was this little thing they call a clock at the park. Did you get that? Do you know what a clock is? It's the thing that tells you time. As you can see, Mr. Wright, it's even in the picture of the crime scene. Huh, so it is. I looked at that clock, and that's how I knew the time. But if you ask me, this whole concept of breaking... And yet again, another flood of meaningless words. Talk about first-class waste of time. In any case... And how did you know he was a police officer? You obviously have no idea how powerful my deductive reasoning skills are. One glance and I could tell what kind of occupation he held. That shoddy do-it-yourself... Oh, boy. Oh, and I suppose it was also because he was wearing an officer's uniform. Shouldn't that statement have come first? Wow, that's pretty impressive. Hey, Nick, do you think he's figured out what I do? Even I haven't figured that out yet. Are you sure you got a good look at her face? Animals have this thing called an eye, Mr. Wright. They use this eye to see things. In the case of humans, we have two of them. Yes, even you. I don't care if I have them or not. Did you or did you not get a clear look at her face?
That's what the witness was just about to get to. I would like to request that Mr. Wright not use such a loud voice during questioning. Sustained. Mr. Wright, please refrain from raising your voice in this court. Then please don't make me have to raise my voice. Are you finished? I'd like to continue if that's alright with you. I hate this guy so much. Okay. So you're sure you are not mistaken? Please, don't confuse your pitiful train wreck of a life with mine. I'm what you call a famous brand name product, while you are only a cheap imitation. There's no way someone as magnificent as myself could have made a mistake. I bet this douche nozzle turns out to have vision issues, needs glasses because he's nearsighted, but won't wear them because they look dumb. Yeah.
Oh, ho, ho, of course. Did you notice anything else of interest, witness? The only other thing I saw was the banana? Well, it was actually more than just one. More like a bunch of bananas. Now, what would a whole bunch of bananas be doing there? And why would I know such a thing? I'm only telling you what I saw. That's really strange. Megan never mentioned anything about a bunch of bananas. That's it, Nick. He's gonna be lying about the bananas. Could be, but there's no reason for him to lie about there being bananas at the crime scene. What if it's not a lie? Well, maybe he thought he was seeing one and it was something else. If he mistook something else for a bunch of bananas, then that would be an inaccuracy. Think, Phoenix, think. If my client is innocent, there's no way he could have seen what he says he did. Which means if we can somehow show he's lying. Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. She's right, she's got a sharp mind, but I just wish I could remember who she is. Is everything okay, Nick? No. Nothing is okay. Everything is wrong. Now would be the perfect time to panic. Mr. Wellington, I believe the bananas you saw. I have the bananas that you saw right here. Ah, so you knew about the bananas too. Why didn't you say so earlier? But don't think you can use this as a way to pull more information out of me. And that's where you'd be wrong. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Isn't that the baseball glove? Huh? What? A baseball glove? Doesn't it look delicious? Care for a bite? That's not. It's a no. Your Honor, I think this proves one very important fact. This witness. By the way, just how bad are your eyes? Huh? How? What? Why are you asking me about this all of a sudden? Your Honor, it's very simple to mistake a glove for a bunch of bananas. No, I don't think so. Objection overruled. You're one of those people. Yes, I know. You know what I mean. No, it really isn't reasonable to say he mistook it for a bunch of bananas. He just mentioned Galileo and Copernicus. That's all I caught in that. Loki, what are you doing? I don't have the Loki cam set up right now, otherwise I could show you she's trying to climb out. She's not that kind of gecko. And that is why I asked you how bad your eyesight is. They're both 2200. I suppose you're going to tell me that's terrible, right? Why are you not wearing your glasses today then? That's because I lost them recently, you see. Of course, I was planning on getting a new pair made right away. But you know my glasses are no ordinary glasses, so to replace them... How about when you witnessed the crime? Were you wearing your glasses then? How about it, witness? You were an unrelenting, evil man. You're like the He keeps going off on like academic subjects that don't really have anything to do with the exact situation. Which boils down to you were not wearing your glasses at that time. Therefore, the identity of the woman at the scene of the crime and that of the defendant cannot be proven to be the same by this witness. But the height difference was only 9 feet. It was very possible for him to see the face of the culprit standing on the upper path. Witness, please be more accurate in your testimony. Remember, a person's life is at stake. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, please continue with your testimony. Please tell the court what happened next in the moments after you witnessed the crime. The girl on the upper path ran away as soon as she realized I was there. After that, I immediately called the police station to report the crime. It must have been 6:45 when I made the call. They must have a lot of free time on their hands since they showed up within 10 minutes. No, their mottos get there fast. So the person who was on the upper path saw you and then ran away. Yes, that is correct. Which is why even someone without a superior brain like mine can understand that. That girl is the murderer. You may question the witness now, Mr. Wright. She ran away just like that? Yes, she did. She saw me and flew the nest like the guilty bird she is. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a pun. Was that pun too hard for someone who only got a third-rate education? Actually, that did take me a few seconds to get. Anyway, if she ran away the instant... Actually, it did take me a few seconds to get. Anyway, if she ran away the instant she saw you, how could you tell it was my client? The witness has already answered that question. He stated that the defendant is the culprit. This is true, Mr. Wright. I'm striking your question from the record. How can I get more information from him? After, let's see. Immediately, as in immediately. I'm sure a minute might have elapsed before it did, but it's a duty of every good citizen. Or did they not teach you that at your pitiful school? You think people learn about how to call police in college? Hey Nick, I think you should look at the court record for a sec. He died at 6:28. You said you made the call right around 6:45. Yeah. Mr. Wellington, would you please take a look at this? You mean the victim's autopsy report? According to this, the murder occurred at 6:28 p.m. So, what of it? You said that you called the police immediately after the murder took place. However, by the time you had called the police, this was already 6:45. There's clearly a 15-minute gap here. Do you deny it? I think this court would like to hear what you were doing during this 15-minute gap. The witness was in shock at the time after witnessing a terrible murder.
It's only to be expected that he would be a little dazed. 15 minutes is hardly what I would call a little dazed. Mr. Wellington. Yes? Explain yourself. What were you doing during those 15 minutes? Answer the question. Spit it out. I was searching for a phone booth. A phone booth? You mean you didn't have a cell phone? You and your questions, as if you're trying to open all the layers like of a Matryoshka doll. You think you're really something special? Witness? I lost my cell phone. There, are you happy? You lost it? Unbelievable. You lose your glasses and your cell phone. You must be very scatterbrained when it comes to your belongings. What? Are you saying that first-rate people are never allowed to lose things? Have you ever... Oh, boy. Enough. Oh, man. Wait, hold on a second. He lost his cell phone? Nick, that cell phone. Could it be? You mean this phone that Maggie found? There's no way. Boy, I didn't see this coming. What should I do now? Mr. Wellington, where's your cell phone right now? What are you getting all excited about? You seem to be a little confused. I found my phone, I'll have you know. See, here it is. Oh, I see. Looks like he's got his phone. I thought that just maybe this was his. Well then, I think we've cleared this issue up. At the time of the murder, the witness did not have his cell phone because he had lost it. Therefore, the delay in his call was caused by his search for a phone booth. Well, that's the gist of it. I guess you could put it that way and leave it at that. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the witness's testimony does not make any sense. I don't believe that there was ever a need for the witness to search for a phone. How dare you? You can't just make outrageous claims like that. You have to have some sort of proof, don't you? Well, yeah, of course. This evidence should be good enough, I think. All right, let's have this proof then. Please present the proof that the witness had no need to search for a public phone booth. If I remember correctly, in the background, that's a phone booth. That's a phone booth. It's quite simple, actually. Please take a look at this. The crime scene photo. Is there a problem with it? Oh, there's nothing wrong with the picture. But if you don't understand my logic even after looking... if you don't understand my logic after looking at it, something is wrong with you. No. It's a phone booth. That is correct. All the defendant had to do was walk 3 steps. Mr. Wellington, why did you not use the phone that was right in front of you? Order. What does reporting the crime a little late prove for the defense? The witness can't explain what he was doing for those 15 minutes. That's reason enough to throw suspicion on his testimony. Yes, this is very true. What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Then I bet this phone is really his, Nick. He must have killed Dustin to get his phone back. But Maggie said that she was going to return it to him, so there's no reason for him to kill for it.
And on top of that, we still have the phone she found anyway. But if he wasn't looking for his cell phone, maybe he's looking for something else? Was it? Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? Do you have any thoughts you would like to share with the court? Can you offer explanation as to what the witness was doing during those 15 minutes? I don't think we know. I'm afraid it's too early to say anything for sure at this time. I see. Mr. Payne. Will we be hearing further testimony from the prosecution?
No, Your Honor. That is all.
Ah, crud. This witness has said that he saw the defendant commit the crime at the crime scene. Yeah, the broken glasses were this guy's. While it is true that the witness was not wearing his glasses at the time, the court feels that since he was near the culprit, positive identification is possible. Which means the guilt of the defendant, Maggie Bird, has been sufficiently substantiated. What? Nick, you have to do something before it's too late. I hereby close the cross-examination. Well, wait. As to the actions of Mr. Wellington during the 15-minute gap, the defense would like to propose an explanation.
I thought the defense had just finished proving that that this couldn't be explained.
No, there is one possibility. Alright, let's hear your explanation. However, be forewarned that if your explanation is not persuasive, you will be penalized. Think carefully before you present, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I probably shouldn't have said there was only one possibility. Please present to the court the one piece of evidence that will answer the following. Why didn't the witness call the police right away?
Alright, everyone not dead, sound off.
H2O Melon Warlord, how's it going? Welcome in. Jesse Dizzle, welcome in. Wolf and Pants, welcome in. How was stream, Melon? How are you doing? Let's get a shout out going for you. Good evening, friend. Doing amazing? That's awesome. Can I just say that I love your screen name, by the way? I know we've met through QT stream, if I remember correctly, right?
Coming in hot.
We did it, right?
Wow. Yeah.
Hey, I got a memory and a rim blade job thing.
Wait, you got a what?
Uh-oh. Phrasing. Playing Trover Saves the Universe. Not familiar with that one, actually. But how was stream? It looks like you're doing amazing. That's good. And welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in all. God. You can tell I'm tired because I am trying to think what I want to say right now, and I can't even think of a word. Anyway, welcome in, Raiders. I am Nicorina, or Necro for short. Great time building Lego Dom's Charger from Fast and the Furious. Nice. Nice. That's actually really cool. Those sets are starting to get really complicated. Went into Trover to keep the fun times going. Nice, nice. Yeah, we've just been doing Phoenix Wright all night. Voice acting every single character for the last 5 hours.
But yeah, so welcome in. I'm Necrorator, also known as Necro. Variety streamer here on the Twitch platform, and we tend to play games that are story-focused or have some form of challenge to them. We've played Soulsborne games, Hades, played Getting Over It for a few hours and then rage quit out of that one. But we also play games like this sometimes. And for those of you who are already here, I really do recommend checking out Melon, because good people. Getting Over It is rage. It is so bad. I think this is the evidence I need to present. Mr. Wellington. Yeah, I wouldn't have such a rough time playing Getting Over It if it weren't for the fact that the controls weren't being very cooperative. And it got to the point where my elbow was getting very painful. But, yeah, we're going to be going back into Dark Souls 2 very soon, and I hate Dark Souls 2 so much, but I think I can actually deal with it more than I can Getting Over It. Because I at least know the rules of the game now. What? Don't give me that. You almost gave me a heart attack. These are your glasses, aren't they? Where? Where did you find... I believe the court heard what you just confessed to. These glasses are in fact yours. Melon, remind me, you GM on stream sometimes, right? Hate to read red, but brain dead and need to get some sleep. Yeah, of course, where are my manners? And if anyone wishes to follow Melon's suit, please do so. Take care of yourselves, get rest, get up, stretch, get some water if you need to. We're about to be ending here in just a little bit. I think I'll try and finish this case because I think we're right at the end. And then I'm going to be rating up myself, but... appreciate you coming in. I have 20 hours a week because of work. Yeah, I've done that one too. I hate it. Past my DMing portion, and I'll be playing from this point on. Nice. Unless you give DM a one shot. Or unless you DM a one shot. That would be very interesting to see. One shots are fun. But I'm keeping you. Get some rest, dude. You've been up way too long already. Alright, have a good one. Rest well. I'll tell you where they were found, Mr. Wellington. These glasses were found under the victim's body. Under the victim's body? Order. Now, wait a second, hold on. I didn't confess or confirm anything. Your Honor, I think the answer is quite clear. As he fell, Dustin Prince grabbed the culprit's glasses. The culprit, we knew that he had to, the culprit knew that he had to find his glasses and searched frantically for them. What he didn't realize is that they were under the victim's body. And that's why it took him 15 minutes to make that call. Mr. Wright, are you indicting the witness as the real murderer? Of course, that's precisely what I'm doing. Yeah, just hold that for a little bit. You'll carry out the sentence for us. I know I'm right. He's the real murderer. How did you figure it out, Nick? Or did you figure it out, Nick? I
think it's what she said, actually. Clearly, I'm tired. More or less. Turns out this cell phone was the key to the case after all. Anyway, now is our chance to deep six this guy. I'll sink him in one shot.
Yeah. This is so exciting. Watching you work again.
Somehow my old self is coming back to me. It's time to sink or swim. Everything rests on the edge of a knife. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Order. Order!
Your Honor, the defense is making a mockery of this court. Without any solid ground to stand on, he accuses the witness of being the murderer.
Yeah, that's right. I'm no criminal. This third-rate fraud of a lawyer. In that case, why don't we even look at it from a different perspective? Let's hear your explanation as to why you are not the murderer. Why, that's easy. For example, there's, the name the victim wrote. What about that? Oh, you mean the name Maggie? Yeah, even an idiot like you can read that, right? But we already know this is not written by the victim himself. After all, the defendant's name is Maggie, and the victim was left-handed. In other words, in order to make the defendant look guilty, the real criminal used the victim's right hand to write her name on the ground. But that wouldn't mean that the real criminal, wouldn't that mean that the real criminal was someone the defendant knew? Otherwise, how else would that person know her name was Maggie? Maggie. That is a good point. The witness didn't even know Miss Bird before this trial. Ah, I forgot. Is there any way this creep could have known Maggie's name beforehand? It would be best if I could prove the witness had the chance to learn that the defendant's name was Maggie. Now, will the defense please present its case? How could the defense have known the defendant's name? Mr. Wellington, you didn't have your cell phone with you on the day of the murder, correct? So what if I didn't? Then you realized you had lost it. What did you do? When you realized you had lost it, what did I do? Did you try to find it by calling it? Why, how did you?
Your Honor, these questions have nothing to do with...
Overruled. Mr. Wright, where are you going with this line of questioning? Do you think there's some relation between the witness's cell phone and the murder? I do, Your Honor. On the day of the murder, Maggie Bird picked up a lost phone in the park. And she also received a phone call from the owner of the phone. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. This is yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back. I'll be right there. Sorry, didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie. That was when you learned her name was Maggie. But you made one fatal mistake. Fatal mistake? My client's name is M-A-G-G-E-Y. But the name that was written on the ground was M-A-G-G-I-E. That is a mistake that could only occur if all you knew was how her name sounded. Yeah. Order. Order.
But, Your Honor, the witness has no motive.
And your point is?
It's very simple, Your Honor. A person usually would not kill someone without a reason. Mr. Wellington had no reason to kill anyone.
That is absolutely correct. I don't have a motive. Mr. Wright. Your Honor, can you explain what motive this witness could have had? It's very simple, Your Honor.
Are you sure, Nick?
If I said I can't offer an explanation, then the trial's over, right? Yeah, but... Now then, please present the court proof that the witness had a motive. Mr. Wellington's motive is right here. What is this? A list? These phone numbers were pulled from the memory of the phone the defendant found. And we have determined that the people on this list are members of a certain group. You looked up all those numbers? Of course. This list of phone numbers was stored in the cell phone's memory. The names and numbers belong to people who are members of a certain con artists group. What? Con artists? Can you explain why these numbers were on your phone, Mr. Wellington? This is an outrage, an invasion of privacy. Looking up the phone numbers on a person's phone is worse than a crime, worse crime than a murder. I can speak. No, I can't. I don't care, Mr. Wellington. All I want is for you to tell us what this list is about. You think any of you, know what it's like to be a refined man such as me?
Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of a witness.
Objection overruled. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Why would the witness have have the numbers of a group of con artists on his phone?
Isn't it obvious?
The witness is a member of that group.
Mr. Wellington is a member of this very group.
No! All of your friends' phone numbers are stored right here on this phone. If anyone were to look into these phone numbers, it would be all over for you. That's why you had to kill. No, this is too much. Good. That does make quite a bit of sense. Well, Mr. Wellington, do you care to explain? I got you now. A police officer.
Your Honor.
What is it, Mr. Payne?
Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness.
You said the exact same thing only a few seconds ago.
Please, let's think about the content of that phone call.
Beep. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back.
The defendant had already promised she would return the phone. After that, all Mr. Wellington had to do was meet Miss Bird and get his phone back. Why then did he need to kill anyone?
That is a valid point. What does the defense think about this?
When you think about it logically, then it makes sense. Then maybe we should be thinking outside the box.
Yeah, if we think like that, let's see. Maybe that slime ball saw something at the crime scene and that made him commit murder. Your thoughts, Mr. Wright?
Well,
I don't think Mr. Wellington went to pick up his phone in a very friendly manner.
But he was promised his phone. So why would he have been unfriendly to the defendant?
I think he must have seen something that didn't agree with him when he got there. Well then, Mr. Wright, what was this something that didn't agree with the witness? Maggie was with the cop, yeah. What Mr. Wellington saw was the victim.
The victim? You mean Dustin Prince?
Dustin Prince had gone on a date right after his shift was over. With no time to change, he went to the park still wearing his police uniform. Oh. The girl that picked up my phone is with a policeman. He couldn't have known they were going out, so he began to worry. He was afraid the policeman would ask a few questions before returning the phone. If I do anything suspicious, he might run a check on my phone. In his mind, it was possible they had already run a check on the phone. And then he went into a panic, is what you're saying. Exactly. Officer Prince was murdered simply because he was in uniform. Mr. Payne, do you have any comments?
I'm thinking.
It seems the truth has come out at last. The witness, Mr. Wellington, you are. Oh, it's good to see him break. Impressive, not bad for a person with a third-rate education. What's that supposed to mean? The evidence. This guy's really starting to creep me out. You've all been waving around. All you've been waving around and talking about is a suspicious cell phone. Suspicious phone number this, suspicious con group that. They're all on that phone. But who's to say that phone is really mine? Where's your proof, your evidence? You want proof that this phone is yours? I told you earlier. The phone I lost, I've already found it. You don't even have the slightest idea whose phone is in your, who the phone in your hand belongs to. But you can be sure it isn't mine, you simpleton. What? That feels good to see you squirm. We do seem to have a problem on our hands with this phone. Whose phone is it? Without knowing that, it's meaningless as evidence. Your Honor. This is bad. I can't let him turn the tables on me like this. This cell phone. There has to be something I overlooked. There's got to be. Phone stored numbers. This phone has the stored numbers of all the members in it. Okay. I can show them to you, Your Honor. I don't believe this. What are you talking about? What we are trying to determine is who that phone belongs to. Who cares what phone numbers are stored on it? Besides, who knows? Maybe you wouldn't added some of those numbers in yourself. The witness is quite right. I'm afraid I have to reject the defendant's proposal. I'm sure goes back to his arrogant, annoying self again. The cell phone... Fingerprints. I got it. We should check for prints. Fingerprints? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wellington must have left some prints on his phone. Nick, don't you remember? When you got that from Maggie, you wiped it off. What? You said there was sand all over it, so... Wiped it? I wiped it? Pretty thoroughly, too. Oh my god, even without amnesia, he's an idiot. It's so much fun watching third-rate trash babble like morons amongst themselves. He made a complete recovery. How many times do I have to say this? My phone is right here. You see? Oh, and incidentally, you can't check the numbers stored on this phone. It must have glitched because all the numbers just magically disappeared. You gotta be joking. He erased all the numbers I was going to use as evidence. Mr. Wellington? What's this? By the tone of your voice, it sounds like you still have some fight left in you. Where did you finally discover your... finally find yourself, huh? Oh, you are too much. Of course you have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh my god. Now I remember. Huh. Looks like they hung up. Ah, good. I finally found it. So that's when. What's wrong, Mr. Attorney? Why the harsh glare in your eyes?
Nick, we've worked so hard to get this far, but if you don't do something quick, he's going to get off scot-free.
I know. I know this phone has to be his, but how am I supposed to prove something like that? Mr. Wright, if you cannot prove who the owner of that cell phone is, your indictment has no basis and therefore no power. It looks like you came up a penny short. Where did I go wrong? We're almost there. Don't blame yourself, you're merely a third-rate lawyer. You only made one big mistake. Who are you? What are you? That's something you haven't figured out for yourself yet. Who I am? The court hereby concludes the cross-examination. If that will be all, I'll have to bid you gentlemen and ladies goodbye. I have a reservation at an ultra-fancy restaurant on the upper side of town.
Thank you for your assistance. You've had a stressful day. Please, bon appetit.
What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just let it slide at that? No, we're gonna raise an objection. Please wait, Your Honor. All right, Nick. I think I may be able to prove it. Prove it? Prove what, Mr. Wright? Everything.
Your Honor, the cross-examination has already ended. Besides, the defense is just going to badger the witness with more inane questions.
You will not harass the witness. Is that clear, Mr. Wright? Did you hear that? No harassment allowed, Mr. Attorney. Please, Your Honor. Very well, but this is your last chance, Mr. Wright. You may present one piece of evidence to the court. Now we get one shot at this. If you cannot prove everything, it's over for your client and for you. Do you fully understand? Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sure you're well aware, Your Honor, but the cross-examination period has ended.
Were you paying attention, Mr. Payne? I said that Mr. Wright could present only one more piece of evidence.
Oh.
Now then, Mr. Wright, this is your last chance. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to this. It's go time. Please present one piece of evidence that will explain everything.
Hi.
Why, thank you. How nice. Here, please have one of mine. Judge's business card added to the court record. Wait, what am I doing? This isn't a time to be exchanging business cards. Your Honor, there's something very important about the card, and that is... This card is important because of what is on the back. You wrote your cell phone number on the back, but that's exactly it. Can you please call this number from your cell phone?
Huh? Right now? The court is still in session.
It's okay. You'll see.
Okay, if you say so.
Is the defense preparing something, Mr. Wright? We're going to call my cell phone now. And then the court will see everything for what it is. Of all the idiotic, stupid things to... Ah! What? Why is my phone? Why is this stupid... what is this stupid sounding ringtone? Mr. Wellington. How strange. I could almost swear that you're holding my phone. Your? No. You can't. By the way, before I forget, thank you very much for the lump on my head this morning.
I don't think I need to explain any further except to say, when you went to retrieve your cell phone, you mistakenly took the wrong one. And there it is. So that is what happened. You were knocked out by Mr. Wellington. He is a man who lives on his pride and self-image alone. And in order to hide his involvement with the con artist group, he has become paranoid and lost all ability to make rational judgments.
Then, Mr. Wright, the phone you're holding...
It's Mr. Wellington's, naturally. Speaking of that man, how is he, Mr. Braid?
He was arrested and has been taken away, Your Honor.
Very well. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird,
Not guilty.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
I knew the real you would shine through eventually. I'm so moved by what you've done for me, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I feel really bad for Dustin. He didn't do anything to deserve this. It's probably because of me.
Huh?
My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Your whole life? It can't be that bad, can it? Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've ever taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, never won or even tied in a game of tic-tac-toe. My life has been really nothing but a string of disasters.
That is, pretty bad.
Up until I went to college, I was known as the goddess of misfortune. Then at the academy, everyone called me Lady Luckless. Lady Luckless?
Ugh.
What's worse is that my misfortune always seems to latch on to those around me. What do you mean? When I see someone in trouble, I always try to help.
Ah, that's right. You were talking about this earlier.
It happened again recently too, sir. There's an old lady pacing back and forth by the pedestrian crosswalk. I gave her my hand and... Before I knew it, we were having dinner at my house. Oh.
Oh.
I'm sure that Dustin's gone because of me. That's not true. A glove that didn't even have any sort of special meaning. It was just a present to say thanks for covering one of my night shifts. Oh, I see. Everything is all my fault. Dustin's death, your head being all messed up.
Well, I don't think my head is that messed up yet.
I'm gonna find a new life for myself starting now. Next time we meet, I'm sure I'll have found a whole ocean's worth of luck by then, sir.
Yeah, after all, Goddess of Misfortune is only a name.
You bet. I'm gonna make it. I promise. Next time we meet, I'll only be an unlucky person instead of a goddess.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
Well, Mr. Wright, Maya, I should get going. Okay, good luck to you. Thanks. You take care of yourselves too.
God, what a horrible day. I've got my memory back, but things are still a little fuzzy.
But you're okay, and that's what counts. You really had me worried. Come on, let's go back to the office.
I'm afraid to ask, but here goes. So this might sound bad, but, who are you?
What? I thought you said you got your memory back.
At that moment, everything really did come back to me.
Gumshoe. He's someone I've had clashes with in the past during certain cases, but he's also been a good ally during this. The Judge. He's a lovable, kind old man who's easily swayed by other people's opinions, but in the end, he always comes up with the right verdict. This person, I haven't got a clue. He seems to know me, but maybe he's mistaking me for someone else. And this girl, Maya? You finally remembered. This is Maya Fey, my assistant. That's right. I have so many unforgettable memories about her. For example, Earth to Nick, what's wrong? You keep staring at me. Don't tell me you missed me. Well, yeah, I suppose I have. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. Oh? Well, I'm back now, so it's time for us to create new memories together. Alright, sounds good. All the phone numbers in my phone were erased by Mr. Wellington. I guess I'll have to start over from the very beginning. Come on, Nick. Let's go to our usual burger joint. Okay. Actually, it hasn't even been that long since you came back into my life. And that story began one rainy afternoon 2 months ago. Alright. So we'll save it here, find someone to raid, and call it a night. We'll be playing more Hades tomorrow, I think. Yeah, that sounds good. Cool. PC. Same to you, Psychotic. Have a good rest of your night. Thanks for coming out, man. It's been nice seeing you at the streams pretty regularly. Let's see. Well, I guess we could raid Motley Drew, someone else who actually knows QT. Kind of keep that little trend going. So we've pretty much raided John 1 every weekend for the last few. And I love John, and you should definitely check out John. So at least give him a shout out.
Yeah, I really don't like this.
Really sweet guy. Very, very nice. And
holy cow!
One of the most even-headed people I've ever seen. I don't think he's called it rage, but I don't think I've ever seen him do what I've seen other people do during Dark Souls games.
Did you see how fast he
any
was
of that?
running?
He's so even keel. But he's very friendly, always talks to chat, and makes you feel welcome. So please go support him. But we're going to be heading over to Molly Drew, I believe I said. Let me check that he's still going to be streaming, or still is streaming. 4 hours. Won't be surprised if they're still going to go for a little bit, but let's just get there to make sure. I have an ad to get through. Okay, yeah, I think he's going to be going for a bit because he's still mid-match. Playing Rocket League. Cool. _Drew. Cool. So, we finished the first of the trilogy. Hopefully you guys are having as much fun with this game as I am. I really do love these games, and it's been nice to revisit them because I've been trying to make time to do so and hadn't really found it. So to do it on stream with all of you is actually really great. Like I said, Hades tomorrow. So join me for that and all the madness that will be involved there. We're heading over to Motley Drew now, playing Rocket League, and like I said, the friend that I've met through. It's been an interesting set of games. Yes, really good narrative, really well written, and a lot of cohesion throughout each game. But someone else I met through QT's Game Quest, who many of you should know. He visits the stream pretty regularly. So, go ahead and show some love and support once we get over there. Have a good night, everyone. And remember, be excellent to each other.